Hello. This is a new game. We are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Wait, I'm still setting up the chat. Wait, live chat is unavailable? Hold on, I forgot. I forgot to do something on YouTube. Okay, I was a clown. I was a clown. I made stream private on YouTube. So, before we start, I actually forgot to get water. I'll get it later. Hello, Zeos fan on YouTube. I'll get water later. I'll just like take a break in the middle. Alright, let's play a new game. So, yeah. Let's watch this beautiful opening cutscene.
活気に満ち溢れる帝都の民は変化、革新の熱気にむせ返り、その変化に戸惑う者も飲み込んで、時代は大きなうねりの中にあった。
That's a beautiful opening cutscene. Wait a second.
そして今。
Huh?
そんな時代を舞台に一つの物語が幕を開く。
I actually already saw this, but that's the only thing I've seen from this game. Oh. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary. This defendant's antechamber 5. You know, I feel like this is the beginning of every song in Hamilton. Monsieur Hamilton! Monsieur Lafayette! Wait. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? It's all 3D now. What? Oh! Nothing! Save your glares, murderer! Sorry! My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? Wow, he's got the wind at all times, huh? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Actually, this is like these so you know like all the Phoenix Wright games, they have like 2D sprites. This actually looks really cool. Like it doesn't lose the feel that the old 2D sprites have. Although I think they could have gone with like more outlines, but that's enough of me yapping about the art. Moving on. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Wait a minute, is the game audio too loud or like not loud enough? We're just checking right now so that this doesn't become a problem later. Also, I kind of started the stream late so I could finish the thumbnail, but the thumbnail's not even finished. I'll finish it tomorrow. It's almost finished, although I'd probably want to change a few things about it. I'm just gonna go get water. I'll be right back. Okay, back to the game. I'm back, got some water. I just realized that I would be needing it. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh! Yes, of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha! There you go again, apologizing. Hey, Suki, welcome back. Wait, are you the same as before? Well, yeah, this is the reading game, just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone! Hell, you're clammy! Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asuki, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. Actually, that dang sound effect, I've heard it before. Like, it was used in... Like, I've heard it on YouTube videos. This is my first time actually knowing where it's from. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Do I turn on autoplay so that I'm not clicking? Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Oh my, he's going on about aura even in big 1800. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. I mean, this is like a text-based game. We're just doing like a lot of. We need to figure out what happened. That's what happened. I can just go with this. Asugi, may I have a word? Ah, that's my reference. That's a girl from my references. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asugi? You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I just like how the wind blows in just the most convenient direction for him at any given time. Like, this is just, like, I know I get artistic liberties, but this is just kind of funny. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Dot. We're staring at the— Why does he look like he wants pictures of Spider-Man on his desk? I guess pictures didn't think— Were pictures a thing back then? Wait, I need to look up when the camera was invented. When was— I think it was already invented at this time? It's taking— okay, so Google's taking me a while. But if there's no pictures, then it's gonna be like 1816, so it should be— so there should be some sort of camera thing right now, so, you know, even then he could just go where I want paintings of Spider-Man! Hi, RCL. Give me the— give me paintings of Spider-Man! This is awkward. Illustration of Spider-Man. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must see the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name's Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Like— as such, I feel like you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. Yeah, this was like a big deal back then. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. So, you know, no pressure. What? What? As I suspected. You were unaware of this. Nobody is telling me anything! I had the feeling, yeah, he didn't say diddly. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand, why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it, I'm not a murderer! I feel like I don't have the right tone for this. I feel like I sound like I'm defending myself from taking the last cookie from the cookie jar. But then again, maybe it's just because that's just the way that I defend myself at any given time. I'll just keep going. I didn't do it, I swear it, I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Huh. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Oh yes, we finally get to have gameplay! But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, I swear I'm not a murderer. The judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what would the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Hold it! Are there song requests? Nah, I turned them off for today. Cause this is a game stream. Also, I didn't get copy strike, thankfully, but I got my last VOD got restricted in 2 countries. Okay, let's go back to the game. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. Yeah, KSI got my ass. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. So, if I ever become some sort of big streamer, you know how Iron Mouse had Kaisa Nat on her stream? What if I ever become any sort of big streamer, I'll try asking KSI to let me free. Oh, of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you, anyway! This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. (22nd November, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. My dearest... So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Yeah, I think they had typewriters already. I mean, that's a stack of paper. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this is a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Bonk. 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 El bonk. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Guys? Okay, like... You are supposed... Okay, so the guide from earlier said to say I do to the question. But then, who advocates for the defendant? Like, wouldn't that be Kazuma? I don't want the game to end in the first couple seconds. I especially do not want to go through all them cutscenes. Who advocates for the defendant? Well, I guess, like, it's still sort of the correct answer, because, like, I am trying to defend myself here. Well, that's what the guy told me to do. It's the guy's fault. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. What? Wait, no. Dude, we're in the middle. It's not that. It's just... Okay, no more distractions. Keep moving. Wait, is there like a log button? Well, I am my own defense. Yeah, that's basically what's happening here. That things don't go well for me. I couldn't bear it to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Why is it so windy in the courtroom? Bro just carries the wind wherever he goes. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. In the AC, there was no A. I don't think there was AC in this time period. This really shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Oh my god, that's me before every test. I haven't taken a test in years. Someone fanning him off screen. I realize you're not- oh, the wind stopped. I realize you're in charge now, but still try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Fun fact, Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Naruhodo Ryuichi. Oh, that explains it. So this guy's like his ancestor. Like, I can't help but notice the drink flask off to the side. This is actually my first Ace Attorney game. Ever. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. What is your name? What is your favorite color? No, not those questions. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Oh god, we threw out his name. Inosuke? Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? Oh, the wind's back on. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Yes. Powerful, consistent farts. Like, his farts are like a fan. Okay, moving on. Alright, let's press E. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Kazuma Asugi. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Okay. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Wait, I haven't read yet. I need to keep reading. He was a visiting professor of medicine at... Okay, so this is the... Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's like a super generic white person name. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case had such profound implications. The implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. This is, that point of history. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University. Are you not? Better than John Smith. Yeah, at least they tried to be a bit more creative. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. Actually, like, this is a good way to... Since I draw so many 3/4 views, this is a good way to study them. Since most of them are shown in 3/4. The case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time! I'd better be going! Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western... We've already been over this. Partner? The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was... wait, I need to read this. Caused by loss of blood by a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Inosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. This one. Just click and well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Oh, honey. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole. Blah 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 powder explosion. Yeah, that's how bullets work. Shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Yay. So there were cameras back then, so he... so the professor will be asking for pictures of Spider-Man. Give me black and white pictures of Spider-Man on my desk! It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Must you do that? Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes! Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Boing! Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, then my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. This is not just good advice for your murder trial, but also good advice in real life. If you are doing any public speaking, even if you are nervous, try not to appear it. Try not to look nervous, because that's going to because, you know, that's probably going to be a mark against you. I'm using a VTuber avatar. I'm not nervous. Or at least if I am, you don't know. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. So the headband has a mind of its own? That's the waiter. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh, he's coughing up blood. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some... Oh, is that... It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. I think it should bother you. Oh yeah, that's exactly what he's saying too. Oh, twinsies! As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? And this is after... Okay, this background music... I'm just gonna say that it sounds like that background music that YouTubers use. This is like the whimsical YouTuber background music whenever they're describing something happy or starting a video or something like that. Have I actually heard a YouTuber using this? I mean, like... Okay, so like YouTube has pretty strict copyright rules, but I know some music from games is allowed. I'm just not sure if this is one of them. Lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Boom. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. I'm pretty sure this is a normal interjection. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. I think I need to start doing some different voices. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. Kazuma looks like reincarnation from Gacha Club. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? The towel must be really bloody right now. Yeah. Rain. I mean, he's got a pretty iconic looking design. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, Bring! There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed? I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Wait, let's see that court record. Okay, do my choices matter here? I mean, obviously my choices matter, right? Okay, I've been warned about interjecting, but, But then again, interjecting is all that they do in this game. Like, every single clip of Ace Attorney I see is like, objection! 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 Like, even so that there's like meme compilations about how people say objection. But then he might, okay. I mean, he did say petty interjections. This isn't petty! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Well, maybe your tuberculosis is clouding your judgment, sir. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. That or our player characters just kind of like seeing things. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Wait, you can barely see anything. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Bet that red marking is made from his blood, yeah. Yeah, it probably is, really. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Bro. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard at the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim dependent on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Tarohoro. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Well, clearly, since there's a few more chapters of the game that you need to go through. Obviously not. Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecutor. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. ... As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? You're just gonna throw it back? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? Come on, just... Even if you're not gonna believe in yourself, believe in him. Believe in the Kazuma that believes in you. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Alachi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, maybe many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. God damn it, the reversible platter. Be gone with you! Okay, so we have like waiter guy, and now there's I guess there's few more people. Oh, this is that Omni-Man? Omni-Man? Like slim Omni-Man before he hit the gym? Kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir, the Great Teapot in Burma. Wait, hold on. Let me drink some water. I've been talking a lot. Just stare at Omni-Man here in all his glory. Well, they said bring all the witnesses, so yeah. Yes, sir, the Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant E.S. and also reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the... I'm not gonna read all that. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, this guy is... Curio Korekata at your service. Can you play in two-player? I don't know. From what I know about this game, it's always been one player. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties and learning the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He's obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! Affirmative! The enemy unit has been seen attacking the foreigner in what could be considered as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a I'm not gonna fucking read all that. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a Regulation B steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of our particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniform... holy shit, there's so many words here. I thought that... like, sometimes when I talk to people and they tell me, you use big words too much. Clearly, I am not big... the words I'm using are not big enough. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant, are actually... You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! This game can be a word salad sometimes. I mean, yeah, I guess like real courts are also pretty wordy. What times we live in where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Did you not? Okay, I was gonna suggest dusting the gun for handprints, but then he already held the gun. But surely there's like... this is why I took arts instead of law. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. Okay, so like the gun wasn't the murder weapon, and somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony in court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, friend, why are you unsheathing your sword? Wait, what did he last say? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Oh, history. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess, the Hachibaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm still new to this game. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... the tutorial section of the game, it becomes more streamlined later. Nice. It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. I love when games integrate their tutorial. I also played like the section of the Genshin story that is kind of like this. So maybe I am a bit more experienced. The size of an indisputable witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you! Alright then. It's all or nothing. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at a restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues, blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own two eyes. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Yes, if that was really the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment in which the killer actually fired a gun. ... Ah! Double R! My sixth sense! Sorry? My sixth sense of danger! I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind! Which means... A split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet! Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem that the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. I didn't, though. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Oh. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that that was... Ah! I've just had enough of your sauce! Got too lost in the sauce. What else do you see around here in black uniform? I guess it's Kazuma. Kazuma, just joking. I would not do that to you, Kazuma. It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man! From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me! What is it, Kurosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. From the back! From the back! The guy shot one was at the front! In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. He was shot from the front! The front! Not the back! This was not a back shot, it was a front shot! Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke. Oh, wait. Things you can say in both court and the bedroom. Wait a second, I gotta show this. Gonna send this to the group chat. Okay, I have like lives and stuff. Alright, I just need to calm down and think everything through. Oh, it has to be at the actual statement. Alright, let me just... Can I go back? Listen, Ryunosuke. We know that there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You could blah 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 blah. Yeah. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency! When you find a statement, add in a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other. Present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, blah blah blah. You'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. I don't want to die. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency within a witness's that. Alright, I'll give it a try. As many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Myself, I was extolling the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black unit fired on the end from... Dot 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 dot. Oh, sweating. Don't forget you can save in options. Okay. Dot 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 dot. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Dusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistencies, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here! What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth! Oh my god, this is... so relatable. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense, tongue twister-ish, that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir! What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir! But no! That just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. Nice that we have, pictures nowadays. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest! Not from the back, you miscreant! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, wait. Well, are you just not gonna explain that? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Oh. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the carnival stakes, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant, did not see the defendant firing a gun. Oh, that's absurd. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an... They said the title! They said it, guys! But I definitely saw him! At the university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back! But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor! And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have been already quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoei Arakoban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasate, in the hope of meeting a rich diner that might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to be a military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find? I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, that precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt someone scrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Yeah, we ain't got all day. Telegraph. Yeah, it really tells you about the time period. The full record to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Alchi? Haha! Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled the tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Oh, we're speaking in riddles again. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke. What? Really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? I don't know what I did. I just got here. Like, maybe I guess, you know, being thought to be a murderer must be part of that, but come on, I'm innocent. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Noza family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name? Aido. Huh. But seemed those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido, attention! Your father is about to call the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy! Little pinwheel thingy. You could actually make those pretty easily. Even what I saw was at the precise moment that firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing! Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have just... Wait a minute, so what about that woman? Maybe she left? These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already! But there was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. I'm not capping. It's not cap. It's not cap. It's super fandom text. I'm not really that good at brain rot. It is evident beyond all reason about that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Man, there's a lot of words in this game. No cap, Your Honor. Like, I think lawyers in the future are actually going to say no cap, Your Honor. Okay, let's have a look at this, As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the... I mean, like, he could have just had a guest. Like, okay, maybe... Or maybe we're just, like, hallucinating. Reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, maybe... you know what? Let's just keep playing. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch. I don't understand. Oh yeah, carbonated water. Like, any Europeans in my chat can, okay, Europeans in my chat, please tell me, how is carbonated water really that popular there? Because I hear, like, in Germany, they're, like, really crazy for that stuff. It's just water that has a bit of a kick in it. Wait, let me just, honestly not a fan, and I'm from the land down under. Well, me, I've only tried it once. It was fine. I forgot where I tried it. I think it was like some... I think there was like nothing else to drink and it was just carbonated water. It was a bit bitter, I think because of the carbonation. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. But then, like, at that time when I tried the water, I was already kind of thirsty. So I was like... Yes, yeah, that hits the spot. It's like, it's really hot outside and I drank it and it's so cold, and it's like, this is cold and fresh and the sparkle just kind of adds more. Like, if it's really hot, then I can see why you would want it, but like, the bitter taste is kind of weird. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, would have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Oh, how could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule! Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Roles could be so unbending at times. I really need new voices. Like, I have the same old man voice for like 3 different characters and it goes on and off. Okay, cross-examination. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment. None of the foreign man. The young man laid in black. That was myself I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Wait a second. Can I look at like the... Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Wait. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ooh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for! I can't win this trial! No. No, 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 no! Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. Oh, you can press them with Q? You can't accept witness statements, so just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something they're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which would prove to be crucial. Okay. Tutorial stuff. There's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Why are you so... Why are you so freaky? We're in court! It's time to press them for all they're worth! Wait! I wasn't even pointing at, like, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... Bang! Wait, I'm gonna send something to the... Sorry, what do you mean? In any case, he found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand. Hello, Ava! You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Objection. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appeared to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd been more people dining at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Like Kazuma? Already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Good point. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? Oh, evidence! It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Quote a clinic? Yeah, that would appear to be the entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, I think it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record. Yeah, I really think we need that. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card? If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous, not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his approval are of no concern. Objection! Whether or not concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority. Wait a minute. I'm losing my voices. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. You're really kids these days in big 1800? But then again, people have been going kids these days since kids these days were a thing. Kindly add the victim's medical report card to court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. What we need right now is new clues. How dare they use the legal system against me? We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Wait a minute, I want to have a look-see at that. Right, every new generation has a kids these days, yeah. Yeah, kids these days with their phantom taxes and brain rot words and... Right, I hear you. Costco guys. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's a day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet to dispatch the Englishman. Wait, how do I go back? I want to go back. So, but then pressing this button doesn't seem to do anything. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancy to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, Kazuma, you're always there for me when I need it. You'll notice some piece of evidence. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow buttons. There's one hell of a breeze in the courtroom, or his ribbons are magic. There's been a few, by using WASD. There's been a few theories about this. So we have rocket-powered farts, his own personal wind. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Wait. Okay. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the space to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Yeah, they let you do this in Genshin too. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Oh, I actually don't mind hospitals. Like, you'd expect me, like, with how much I ranted about hating airports, to hate clinics and hospitals and stuff like that, but I don't actually mind them that much. I don't know what it is about the airport. I just don't like it. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Hate hospitals at night. I've never been. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to only have one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Hospitals are weird. You start seeing things in the corner of your eyes. Oh yeah, that can be a bit freaky. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Oh, he went to the dentist. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, oh, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb! I was not expecting this from this game. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Medical report card required for every visit. Yeah, I think this is... I think that's it. How do I go back? I can't find anything out of place. Wait, how do I go back? I'm like trapped. Guys, I'm stuck! I don't think they'd mention how to unstuck it, or even if they did, I wasn't paying attention. Are you on a controller? No, I am using my keyboard. Wait, history. Try space. Try ESC. ESC doesn't do anything. Wait, maybe there's something else that I'm like not really paying attention. Maybe there's something else missing. Oh, there's something else that I'm missing. We get to open it. Oh, that's fancy. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic Oh my god, this is huge, guys! Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report cards in this blah 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 blah. But this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Heck yeah, I'm slaying at this! This is exactly how I raise my hand in the class. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Yeah, actually. I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out, when you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. This is sound advice. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? Why does this guy beef with me? Dude, I am trying to present evidence here. Shut the fuck up! Okay, you can't say shut the fuck up in court. If you ever find a situation... Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered in the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Yunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. This is also sound advice. Although you can't say shut the fuck up in court. I know that's something that you can't do. It's generally frowned upon. I've never been to court, but I'm pretty sure that's the rule. Oh my god, can you shut the... Oops, I said it again. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? The outburst have petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic! A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Well, maybe because you're old and lost all your teeth. Okay, that's enough. Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating... Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up here. No food or drink and water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Oh, yes, it can, old man. Correct it, son! What, boy? What? As you have heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Get wrecked! You can. I don't think you can say get wrecked in court either. Expertly done, partner. Thank you, Kazuma. I wouldn't be anywhere without you. Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart? Dot. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Objection! Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Oh, you can't follow the logic? How? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. I love him already. Wouldn't you agree, Ryosuke? Yes! Most definitely! Though just having gone dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense in this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, right, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around! Show them what you're made of! Got it, so, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... the victim himself, me, the two witnesses, and as yet unknown third party. And fun fact, in Japan, the game is called Gyakuten Saiban, which is translated to Turnabout Trial. Oh, that's a fancy name. I like that name. Okay, so let me go back to the records. Okay, so the waiter was there. I mean, do I get second chances? I get second chances here, right? Capcom America changed it to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Oh yeah, they did this. They did something similar to the Harry Potter movies. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was called the Sorcerer's Stone in America because they didn't think people would go see a movie with philosopher in the title. I get extra points, right? I get... Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. Yes! There was, because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it! We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that the witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly, with my sword, violently. Just kidding. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! The two witnesses in the stand! What are you talking about? We have demonstrated the evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting! I was just following orders! That's right, as the man says! Just say you never saw the gentlewoman! That's what they, told us! Who told you? Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakata-san? Oh, no! You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, oh, there's no more! Well, you let it slip already! Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? My face will protect me. What is the meaning of all this? Maybe that face is super strong. Resist some sword wounds. These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? I'm actually standing up on my table right now. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. I joined late and is still compelling. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make these witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really was did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We'll need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. You know, I'm realizing I can't play this game offline like I do with like Stardew Valley and Lobotomy Corporation because this game it has like what's this called? Like it's like the story is the main draw of this game. If I skip any of the story, well, it's toast. Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Okay, it can't be the prosecutor. Don't think it's Mikoto. Is it Kazu? I guess he is like... Okay. Okay, well... Well, surely that would be... the head waiter, Satoru Osanaga-san! Osanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? I mean, yeah, I guess it's probably always the waiter. Even a head waiter would not have a level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Wait, he's not? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence. Well, obviously I'm not finding anything here. Oh, the head waiter's business card. Wait, the turny roundy bit. Chief inspectors. Look at the subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. What is? Look! Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector? Primary Criminal Investigation Division? Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it. The police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card. The information has been updated in the court record. So seriously, I think this is kind of stupid. Like, okay, so if you really were guilty, why the heck would you do this? Why would you do that? That's just like a rookie mistake. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Huh? Oh yes, what of it? No one could use a complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Okay, I think we found everything we need to know. Impressive. Very nice. Oh yeah, present this R. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's the interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Bro is really having like the mental block. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is. Bro, please, take a break. What the fuck are you talking about? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card records the man's question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Goodness gracious! The back of the front. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the screen? This scene? Well... So yeah, it hasn't died off. Hold it! Oh, it's waiter guy. Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course. Chat, is this real? Hi, fake Xena. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney. Yep, it is real. Hi, Blank Rabbit! Of course, here you are. yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I tried to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover. Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. Restaurant situation is crazy! In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? You're a broke boy! That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. I don't know, that's kinda sus. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. ... If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. Source, trust me, bro. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency! Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. Oh yeah, those like arm thingies, apparently they're used to hold your sleeves up. I was doing some sketches for some characters and I saw like some bartenders had those arm thingies on their... Yeah, he was coughing up blood. I think he's like sick or something. Anyway, back to the arm thingies. Chat, is songs request still up? No. I turned them off for today. They're only on for like streams where I'm not doing much, or it's like drawing streams. Like chiller streams, like just chatting or drawing or... I don't know... Lobotomy Corporation. I would hardly call Lobotomy Corporation a chill game. It was then that I received some special orders. Oh yeah, about the arm thingies. Like, there are suspenders for your sleeves, basically. Because I was doing some character sketches and I saw like some bartenders wore them. And I wanted to include them in my character sketch. So I was like, what the hell are those for? Are they decoration? That's how I found out what they did. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman who's murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect... Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Oh... Silence. There are moments when silence falls in the court, and you know exactly what that means. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. But, you mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector! The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidences of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her at their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. The same as so, actually. Very well. The thoughts of my matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. Objection! But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ah! Inspector Hosanaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this jail... you will locate this woman's name, Giselle Brett, and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders. ... As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. He's coughing up blood. Do I make this clear? Yes. Always one other than tuberculosis. I feel like it's tuberculosis. Like, usually when someone's coughing up blood, it's tuberculosis, right? Like, in the novels. They have this, like, fancy name for it. They call it consumption. They'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Not gonna lie, I don't really consume a lot of, like, courtroom drama or, like... mystery media. The only courtroom drama I've ever seen was the Bee Movie. He's a vampire with a cold. Possible. But then again, like, it could just be tuberculosis. Supreme Court of Judicature, defendants at the Chamber 5. What if ARM had a Discord server? I'm not really in the position to have a Discord server. In fact, I don't really want to have one because I can't moderate it and I'm too lazy to look for mods. Also, I feel like it just makes things more messy. Well, for updates, you have my Twitter account, Twitch schedule, YouTube community. I'll try to use like Twitter and Blue Sky more for updates from now on. Anyway, so while they're taking a break, so will I. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Idle meeting of the idle meeting variety. So you guys, I'll give you something to discuss. I think I've run out of it. Confusing life questions. Okay, I'm gonna go. Welcome back. I mean, like, I have returned from my brief break in the God knows where. Wow, there's a lot of we have some detailed conversation about 7TV emote integration. I feel what's 7TV? What's that? Like a long-term anime, One Piece. If not, Naruto, silly question. It's obviously One Piece. Okay, so RZL from YouTube says, One Piece is just a chore to consume. Reading it is more efficient. Naruto has already ended, so it's easier to finish, and everyone should just ignore Boruto. Did you just say welcome back to yourself? Well, maybe. 7TV is an extension for custom emotes? Oh, interesting. Oh, and there's another question that I might use later. Basically, on YouTube they suggested, is sparkling water considered water? I'll look into it. I'll see if I need it, if I can use it while Twitch is still getting this affiliate thing like settled out. I've never seen either, but I think I figured there might be some people that have seen both. Okay, back to the game. Spicy water. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Okay, okay, before he said your teeth. But yeah. Sparkling water is definitely water. Well, yeah, I've seen sparkling water be made. Like, my family had a sparkling water machine once. Like, it's water, but you, like, pump the carbon into it, basically. So, yeah, it really is water, even if something gives it a weird taste. A better question, One Punch Man or Dragon Ball Z? I feel like those two aren't even in the same ballpark. Like, One Punch Man is good, but it's not really like the same universal titan that Dragon Ball Z is. Like people that are like anime normies know what Dragon Ball Z is. So they might even watch it. Might be the only anime they watch. You have no Riz, no bitches, zero drip, and no aura. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Oh, honey, there's like more game to go through. Looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett? A student from Great Britain? Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? This is just a tutorial. One Punch Man could have been a long-running classic, but they messed it up. Oh, for realsies? I thought it was over. I haven't heard anything from it since, like, I think there was some time when there was a time when it was like basically the biggest anime in the world at the time. Like when I was in high school, everybody was reading, like we had copies of One Punch Man in our school library. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. ReZero or Tensei Slime. I've been thinking about watching Tensei Slime. I have a fan art of Rimuru somewhere, but I haven't actually watched the show. I did play a bit of the Bandori collab. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, boom! I didn't have the time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The second season was horrendous and it never evolved into anything new and— oh, so this is One Punch Man. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Okay, so... Ah! There you are. Well done, both of you. He's about to ask for pictures of Spider-Man. Professor Mikotoba, we have the pictures of Spider-Man from the trial! Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Guys, be honest, Tensure are 0. I haven't seen either, so I don't really have much of an opinion. Yeah, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. ... Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why... I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all that they can. Yeah, this is what they did back in the day. I wanted to avoid a situation that have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Hashtag Kazuma is over party. Cannot happen. Seeing both are not a massive fan of either. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study abroad. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then. It looks like it all comes down to you, young man. I didn't read the word young. So, and it sounds like he was being like extra chill. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in this morning, did he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Not enough shouting and slamming hands on desks. Yeah, real court is just a snooze fest. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She just vaporized. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Man, he's such a stand-up guy. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. That's the spirit. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street, with an extra large portion, of course. Okay, speaking of sukiyaki, it's not exactly the same, but I went to a Japanese restaurant and one of the meals was like tofu in broth with vegetables in it. So like it sounds like just a simple meal, but it was really good. I love tofu. Tofu is so good. Why does this sound like a death flag? Oh, well, it's not, because we're... Well, someone already died, but not us. We'll get shawarma after type shit. Well, we still have to destroy it. So that we can have our post-credit shawarma scene, or like mid-game sukiyaki scene. Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? You mean flounders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Man, Kazuma's such a stand-up guy. I like him. Really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up, rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here right now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brat! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and it exists solely for our pursuance of truth. He's out of line, but he's right. He's so right. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the new witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Oh. He's wearing a hat. Well, what a delight it is if I welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Yeah, we're gonna have two kinds of tea. You know, the black tea, which is usually drunk, and the tea, which is not really drunk, but still very hot. Not guilty 100%. Wait, hold on, we have to do fair justice here! No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my Yes, we know all about you already! Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Yes, Queen! Yeah. Yeah, she's slaying. That's correct. Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you to your name and occupation, please. He doesn't show her eyes. And she's... Fuck, that's doctor handwriting! Like, I've been told several times that my handwriting is terrible. In my drawing streams, you've probably seen my handwriting, and it probably does look like ass. But at least you can read it. Real nice, miss. She's speaking in wing things. Can I spoil something? No, no, you can't spoil anything. No spoilers. I'm trying to play here. No spoilers. Oh yeah, hats and masks often court typically. But then this guy's wearing a hat. No spoilers. I want no spoilers. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Maybe she's speaking English. Maybe this is what English looks like? Gotcha. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh damn, I wore a hat in court once. Oh, you're going to jail! Guilty! I am afraid I don't understand a word of what you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. This is me listening to the Russian language, like... Songs, like, I don't know what it is about songs that are sung in Russian, but I don't know. There's just something about the sound of it. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Wait, so he knows English? Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, doesn't it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. ... 3 days ago, at a restaurant called the Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Realistically, the font should be Comic Sans. Is that correct? What about wingdings? Too attractive. We haven't even seen her eyes. I think we should see her eyes first. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Yeah, that's crazy. How is that possible? Yeah, that's so weird. Why would you not know the language if you've been there for some period of time? Oh boy. Let's move on. Your Honor, people could be two things at once. She's a baddie, therefore wingdings belongs to the Egyptians. The hieroglyphics are basically proto-wingdings. My man understands. Guys, we're trying to run a legitimate court here. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Okay, maybe... okay, maybe she's got a case. Like, presentations, they really demand the most from you. I was running late to a presentation once. Would not recommend. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? You guys suck. Seeing as you were unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? ... Proto-wingdings. She was running late to a presentation, then who was she presenting to? Her professor that was eating with her? I feel like this is gonna come up later. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. very moment when the accused, standing there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Nah. He's wearing them Victorian dresses. Order in court. No. I mean, like, you probably didn't mean to. And besides, the conclusion might be something else. She has a tail. No, it's like, I mean, like, I guess it's like Victorian fashion. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Furry. Guys, please. Guys, we can't deliver a good verdict if we're simping for the witness. I feel like I'm in that one shitty Madonna movie. Chat, hold arm back. No. Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Wait, I have to do something first. I'll let it play. Alright. Witness testimony. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Blah blah blah. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Fierce argument, huh? Okay, there's no picture of that. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Blah blah yada yada yada. Maybe I should retell all these in a British accent. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, neither did I. I don't do accents very well. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. Questionable, but okay. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words this court is going to believe! Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. Goaded with the sauce! Blackguard pronounced blackguard. Oh, okay. This language is weird. I mean, in my defense, I've never heard that word before. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. I mean, it would be kind of impossible to miss that. Pronounced. Pronounced. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal it. I think I could name a couple places. Her hat, that tail thing. I would think she could yeah. Yeah, see, we're on the same we're on the same wavelength here. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Is this gonna be like that clown lady whose, like, boobs deflate? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. I really need to improve my accent skills. Those are the witnesses' own words in that matter. Ah, that's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to live... I don't think we can do that in court. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I, but I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Or dummy thickness. You're right about this. Which means the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination. I had arranged for me to a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. I guess it was... We could see it. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. I never got into an argument with the professor! And all I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello! Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Self-respecting high society woman would order. You underestimate my power. I am afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Pratt does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. I mean, it's not that bad. I'm learning it right now, and it's I'll say it's easier than Chinese. English is the future. We must all speak English. If anybody clips this, just know that the game made me do it. I mean, okay, I don't know what it's like to learn English as a second language, but it must be hard, right? Like, there are so many words, like... Japanese is more intuitive than English. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, okay, so you know how, like, the cursed spelling of the word fish? Wait, let me type something here. This is the cursed spelling of the word fish. Because if you, I think it goes like the GH, like in enough, and then the O in women, and then the TI in nation. And then, so if you say the word goatee with those things that I mentioned earlier, then it's fish. I learned this from a VTuber clip. Shout out to Pipkin Pippa, whose clip I learned this from. Second language. Yeah, English as a second language is a lot harder. I'll take your word for it. There's also that one poem by a possessed madman. I wonder if that prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Look, he's calling you out! He is looking at you! You weren't being called out! He is... Wait a minute, let me just... He is looking at you, guys! You're getting... Objection. Wait, actually, I think it goes here. Anyway, let's move on. I don't have all day. Actually, I could stay here all day. I could complete this whole game from start to finish, but I feel like it's quite long. I'm blushing. Stop. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. You can't waste perfectly good coffee. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Oh, she's got something up her sleeve. Like the gun! Then long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Wait a minute, I feel like there's something here. Let me have some water. Let me just stare at this for a long time, because I feel like this... Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over! Well, I was expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. But it didn't come from that fucking... Well, yeah, that's true, but... But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor as I was leaving. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady in the stands. Objection! That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel! Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy! It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, neither do I. Okay, so here, I feel like I'm getting somewhere. Go back to the history. Can I look at the court record just so I can see what I'm dealing with here? But then I could also go back to the testimony as much as I wanna, maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie! Your Honor, I didn't do it. May I leave now? Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Well, it's not our school's fault that their uniforms look like this. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the red ribbons that seem to defy gravity. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Yep. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. We need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. We already talked to her about that. Oh yeah. Oh hey, I can save in the middle. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? The jury doesn't dismiss you, I do. Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure that the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. I'm writing your name on the blackboard. Plaintiff, stay 5 minutes late. Wait a minute, it's Duolingo time. Often go. Where do you... Speedrunning. I'm just doing like the short exercise that Duolingo gives you. I often eat ramen. Kono koto wa this coat is lovely. Erika also does judo. This wallet is 400 yen. Okay, I'm done. My streak lives another day. Surely you carried out the physical search, Inspector. No. What do you mean, no? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into the matter. What the? Why? That's stupid! Or there was no permission given to any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will! But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Da 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 da. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. The game is not up. Clearly, there's like 4 more chapters. 8 more chapters even. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining blah 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 blah, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Blah 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 blah. Okay, we need evidence for we need evidence for her carrying a weapon, supposedly. I got nothing. But then it was like a gunshot, so it has to have been a gun. Off to bed night, Aurum and chat night. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I'll just go through this. Okay, so let me just think about it. I don't have enough evidence for this. I'm having a thinky think. I'm having a slightly late. I don't think 2 a.m. is. I don't think 2 p.m. is slightly late. Just press her statements. Okay. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, don't you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right? No! Decisive English no has a quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it's apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example, blah 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 blah. Oh my god, that's so... Why does our man's idle pose look like he's super guilty? On Vogue because, like, you don't say that? I say in Vogue because, like, it's English. We both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was... so I ordered for myself only. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. His posture says I didn't do it, but their eyes say, oh, I found the body. So that would mean... But it was you that ate the steak pictured here. Isn't that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant land and embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Again with the carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Hold on. So the... Instruction. I just want to read it. I think carbonated water, I'm not really sure how old it is, but yeah, it was probably some sort of European trend once upon a time. Like, I heard that some people thought it was medicinal, so clearly it existed long enough that people thought that about it. It says, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Yep, that's about right. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Glass of water each, huh? They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Wait, let me have a look-see. Wait, there's only one glass here. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? Come on, little bro. The significance of this statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuba. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Hi, uncaffeinated. We're solving mysteries and stuff. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, that it was exactly as it was left. This is some really joyful music for a crime scene investigation. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. What if that's true? There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1! Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Minutia? Minutia? I don't know how this word is pronounced. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. I mean, you just kinda did. You kinda did earlier in the trial. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you gonna try and tell me you can clink with only 1? 1 glass clinking. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Blah 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 British. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! That's mad sus, actually. Sorry. Sorry? 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 I'm not even gonna try. Speaking of water, I'm actually out of water myself, so I'm gonna go down and get some. I'll be right back. Sorry. I have returned. I just got some water. Anyway, sorry. 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 You know what? I'm just gonna stop trying. Why would you try to hide yourself in order to clear your presence? Yeah, that's mad sus. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it you are now going to confuse a vulnerable young and beautiful one of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Blah 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 yada yada yada. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch, blah 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 blah. Well, where's the bag? We gotta see it. The fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse this court with logical reasoning. Bro, that's my job! That's your job too! I can't believe it! The audacity! No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as I can't help but notice the drink bottle here. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's... Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags with small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett did the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? I know how to say that word now. Yay. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Huh? No! Your Honor, it's only ad hominem if I'm the one doing it. Prosecution guy's 100% too old. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence! Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think she'll, Kazuma? Oh, he's coughing up blood again. He's having a hella coughing fit. Check your tuberculosis, boy. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. The photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. Wow, that's trendy. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. There had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Huh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ah! Wah! Wait, am I cooked, guys? Chat, am I cooked? I'll submit the print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Okay, clearly I'm not cooked yet. Long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Oh... The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt, and I must make my ruling. Is this set before the age of forensics? Well, the J. Jonah Jameson looking guy is a forensics professor. So I guess it's implied that it's still somewhat new. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was in the start. Oh no, Kazuma is... Like, I'm always flustered, but when Kazuma is... I'm sorry, Ryanosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean... Chat, I'm cooked, guys. I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. Catchy. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma? What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Wait a minute, I can still check it, right? Wait. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems that we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryanosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hear... Yeah! What is that noise that I just made? Wait! Your Excellency! Ryanosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet! This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryanosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Well, you've been desperately wheezing! There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Okay, I think now is the time to save. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Power of God and anime. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Wait, this guy's got a... I think this is the one. Look at this! Here! There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Objection! Dear me! I was pondering what you people would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist! Clearly that has nothing to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Professor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Blah 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 wingdings. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. He would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Fucking simp. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what's little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? Wait a minute, let me check that court record. Wait, I accidentally clicked that. Is there a way you can skip? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and that case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable... blah blah blah. Hold on. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. I just needed to read that again. Wait. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. While we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. To do hurry up, okay? What are we trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. ... You see, it's very visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? Can bro just shut up? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate that the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate? And the victim's burn? Are exactly the same shape! Inosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. I'm still not quite sure what the connection is here. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. I'm not even bothering putting on the voices anymore. Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite the commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. Big ups on the scream of pain. I was thinking like I think I touched something that was too hot. Like it wasn't even enough to burn me. Like it was like the door of an oven. And then I was like, oh fuck, it's hot! So something that was enough to leave a noticeable burn mark, yeah, it'd probably make some noise. But you're a detective, not a waiter! He was undercover, but he still did his waiter job, yeah. When the double life. There you have it, something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aochi? Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Wait a second. Wait, he was already dead? Was he always dead? So what do you guys think, chat? This is a benefit we have that in court... that courts don't, Like, I feel like he might have already been dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order! Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. This victim was killed by a gunshot. Right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts. No, prosecutor. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your defense is as bare as your hairline! Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What is that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. I'm sorry, I can't put on this accent forever. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Oh my god, this is... Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. That's genius, like you just pretend to... I've thought about it before while I was learning Chinese. If I don't want to reply to something, I just pretend I don't speak English. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vocal tone as much as possible. But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I concede that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Am I doing this British accent thing right? Yeah, she's just being a jerk. I don't even care if I get the accent wrong. Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, but she was just being racist! In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Witness testimony. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I had no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. I hate this accent. I suck at it. I'll try to... If there's some other way the man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. I hope this is the last time I'll have to do this accent. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. I think... Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady, bruh. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? My sincerest apologist, dear friend. Such an esteemed vernacular. I'll have to look up British accent tips later. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Hand was on the searing hot plate for— You can't not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly— Bruh! Really? Now? You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Oh my god, she killed him! As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well. Bruh. Honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think I think your tiny brain is in the wrong place, sir. Well, I can't. Anyway. Bruh. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Explains he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter. Exactly. Although... What? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Huh. Damn you! I have enough English to understand that, at least. Wrong! You have no riz, no bitches, no drip, no aura, not a single shred of dignity in this courtroom, I swear. On God. Skibbity gat. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Wait a minute, I'm pretty sure there's something here. Single bullet fired at close range. No exit wound. Pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. I feel like that means something in medicalese, so... The statement contradicts the facts as demonstrated by this evidence. As far as I can tell, there is nothing untoward about this evidence. But that... Pull yourself together. You look as though your eyes are about to pop out of your head. Okay. I misunderstood. I don't speak medicalese. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports showed no other cause of death besides the gunshot. Okay, let's ask her a bit more about it. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't gonna kill us. And as well, there are no other signs of trauma in victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense! The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point! Holy shit. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest! Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time! I concur. Prosecutor Alchi is right. Ah! ... If there's some other way a man's life can have been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Wait, let's have a look at our stuff. He was slacked so hard that he bled internally, or convulsions. Okay, how do I explain something like... Okay, let's have a look-see. Okay, he apparently didn't drink any of the water. Okay, so if we look here, we have the... So if he wasn't dead already... I mean, we could always just go back whenever we like, right? If you drank... No, the bottle is carbonated water. The bottle... That's what's inside the bottle. Okay, so if this was... And this is a picture of her handbag. I think this is like already closed at this point. The gunshot... If there is some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigating techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? I mean, she's kinda right though. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh, It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives that they are to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, so you understand? Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Alchi's finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Wait, let's go back there. Even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even order... Ah. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Yeah, Mr. Consumption over here. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Wait, we haven't even gotten to the glass yet! Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the... Yes, there it is again! The detective's reaction's just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. Okay, in what world is it normal behavior to bring your own glass to a restaurant? Like, don't some people bring tumblers nowadays to restaurants they go to? Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. He's lost in the sauce. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. Oh, new game mechanic? It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to others. You'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his sauce deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. It's like when you're talking in class and the teacher calls you out on it. What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm improved and flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh, hit the desk with negative oomph. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it, bro. Just tell us about... control your consumption, sir. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Yay, evidence! Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day of the victim's death? Wait, I want to have a look-see. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Like... like some nature spring-ish. Then go to France and ask! You could just say that you don't know. I mean, it's a very nicely rendered bottle. Can I just stare at it for a while? Okay, now we have a trial to finish. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered. I don't think we've seen her eyes once this whole trial. The English drinking anything. Impossible. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Wait a minute. Wait, I need to see I need to see what she said again. Let me go back far enough to... Let me just see if I can scroll far back enough. Oh, hey Captain! Hey Captain Big, thanks for the raid! Hey guys! Hey Amber the Wombat, thanks for the follow! There's only one... Yeah, I've been thinking about that lately. Okay, the log doesn't go that far back. Hello! Hi, my dad thinks you look pretty. Oh, thank you. We in the courtroom. Woo! As far as I've heard, the post-mortem blah blah blah. If there's other way a man... Okay, so the bottle of carbonated water. We don't know what it says. I really want to present the bottle like, look, this is how you... But of course, okay, so it just loops around. How going the game so far? Well, I'm having fun. Hey, thanks for the follow, Captain Big. Captain Dad didn't spell captain right, so that's why he's a captain. Fine, you got 4 chances and you can save and reload. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. Wait. Alright, I'll save here. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by some means it left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done... Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens? Okay. He named me Big Junior and he had to call me Small Junior. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses on the toast. As far as I've heard, most... Okay, let's try the thing that I wanted to do. Wait, I want to have a nice look-see at it. Okay, nothing here. Nothing here of note besides the label. And I guess the liquid inside of it. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Reno, it's okay, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Gonna be lurking. Okay. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, it's a bottle of water. But anyway, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. ... Obviously, I'm referring to poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass? Order! Order! Well, that was barely a stir. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Just Brett! It was you! ... This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile! Have you considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that you had only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? No, I do not. Splatoon is a Nintendo franchise. I know it's a French product, but come on now. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack or the— Shut up! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped! I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be. You still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Believe it. Naturally, we tested inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. Oh. Okay, am I cooked? I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience it has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad that the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to court at this point? Kazuma? Oh no. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Hold it! Huh? Please, wait! Huh? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotova, judicial assistant to the defense. My, Mikotova? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued? No way, I have to see how this ends. Look, I know it's very late, but we can extend. Okay, we're having only one. We're like doing one save file only. Never mind that first one. Late. You orphaned me. I can't believe it. I keep on. It's people always guess so quickly. But yes, I am. No, I'm not offended or anything. I'm just surprised that you managed to guess so quickly. Well, I understand you were the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. I smell the Shanghai from your voice. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl! This trial has already been concluded. No, it hasn't. Let her speak. 5 minutes. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical factory and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this... research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. What? Well, we're gonna find out later. Hold your horses. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. He's gonna flip when he sees the person playing the game. Good. I asked the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? Wait, I gotta read that research paper. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. Your above mentioned effects of through a wound It is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. Solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis. Okay, I guess that's cure rare for ya. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline... Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. I don't think I've ever actually I don't think I've ever actually encountered this. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Mr. Zale Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison? What? Poison? Hey, what if the B-movie trial was formatted like this? That would be kind of funny. Like, how would they animate the scene where the guy gets stung in the ass? A toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete another nonsense? Cure, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Cure before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? The movie would last much longer. Order, order, order! Also, the break that they had, between the stinging incident and the, Okay, so, in B movie, between the stinging incident and the very last day of the trial, there's, a whole day. There's, a whole day where, Barry's friend has to recover from losing his stinger. And then there's a... Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Cure has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cure suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Objection! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Trumpery. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Cure was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. So that's how he burnt his hand on the plate. He could have taken it off, but then he couldn't. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, these effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Okay, we're back. I think we've seen the shot like 5 times already. And you're suggesting that this bottle council actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense! Ahem, if I may. All these facts? You think you're so clever? But you must be taught— Shut up! It is you who must be taught! Of course. Dear lady. God damn. Wait a minute. What? Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. Some poison doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What rules? Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see why not. Is she going to die? Or... Man, that waiter is always... Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys! Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and those foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Okay, so she's drinking it? She's gonna drink it. She's drinking it. Wait! What are you doing? Does she just straight up not have eyes? Like her model has no eyes? Bro, I just wanted to live my peaceful college life. Why am I being convicted of murder? And wow, this is so long. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Oh boy. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be some poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Alright. Come on, Ryunosuke, we all have our clues now. The bottle of water. Okay, As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. I'm just taking your guys' suggestion, so if I fail, it's your fault. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in many ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That is a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. Okay, this is your fault. The culprit did put poison in Dr. Wilson's water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool! Are you blind? There's no such way this bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. Bad game design, but this is a long-running series. Okay, maybe like there are long-running series that could still have like elements of bad game design, but like the longevity and popularity of the Ace Attorney series proves that its gameplay loop is entertaining and effective to people, right? Not that I've ever, playing the Genshin version of it, it was pretty alright. I believe that complication can be explained! How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim... Wait, I think I can put that glass theory to the test now. What explains how the witness was able to consume his poisoned water unscathed? Okay, first let's have a look-see at the... Okay, so, okay, there is something about taking the glass that is super sus. It seems that the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than that, defendant. Oh, I'm fucked. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. If the defense, sorry. Everything has to go by proper order. Okay, I think this is Save's coming time. Game's only flaw is it's linear to the T. Everything has gone by its proper order. Okay, so, how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed. Okay, let's run another examination on the water. Maybe there's something I'm missing here? Okay, there isn't anything else I can inspect here. It's just the label. And the... So... The above... Due to its ability to... However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of a full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay, I think I know what it is now. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation, no? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. What? Are you stupid? Do you have stupid? I'm just reading Susata-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be You will direct us to the pertinent section, Council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this? It's written right there under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect. That's a practical application of the poison's used as a drink, maybe. No, you idiot. You have to do better than that. Wait! Bruh! Oh, that's right there! Yes, yes. Ryunosuke? What? Read properly! Thanks for the concise advice. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken Curer with no ill effects. I'd better reread her research paper and see if I can spot anything. Ha! You don't have any more of a clue about that English tome than I do. Gosh dang it. I concur. And if I fail here, I'll just save scum. We've been hearing a lot about this Curer poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please! But if they were to use the laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point! So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No! That would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to... Work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curer enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curer's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Wait, that thing's alive. Rapskin! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Yeah, it didn't take me like didn't take me 2 lives at all. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I failed to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What the hell are those? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? It's... But we barely said anything. Like, that court is not making any noise. There isn't even a, like, crowd noise. No, 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 no. We're on 1 life, guys. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all of the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire. Take down my prey! Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Oh, cause it's because of the tooth extraction. Guys. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curer? As Miss Russo, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the 2 diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curer are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes! Like the wound you might have if you'd just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. 1 life, baby! Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman! She just smashed that bottle! And in the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. At once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Referring to this photographic print, I assume. Isn't this like breaking some sort of law? Yes, I think that's illegal. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? Yeah, she can now be arrested under obstruction of justice. The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No! You killed the victim that day, using Curer. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke for the crime, you wait until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Bro, we're the same age. A hidden gun, you say? Yes it is. This is Ace Attorney. That's just what they do here. And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Why do you want... What is your beef with me, sir? This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We've had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? She can't keep getting away with it! We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yeah, that's true, but I think I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh, the pictures they gave us are black and white. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I won't get a penalty for this, right? YOLO. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Maybe he just likes his steak medium rare, but then again, like... Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face without... with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! Alright, I can't wait! It's been... I don't know if I can say that word. Something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Arriving... Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Okay, time to save Scum. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Yeah, I know it's a real word. They use it like in football a lot to talk about like injuries that are like small injuries that, you know, it's not that big. Talk about small injuries, and it's always really funny when they say it. Like it's sometimes they'll say that but I don't trust my pronunciation skills right now. You strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day? Wait a minute, where are you going with Where are you going with this little boy? It's just the memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scenes shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously believe something that the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Wait, they're just gonna take it? Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Exactly, Inspector! The blood, man! Show the court! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. We're so cooked. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there at the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Bruh. Huh? Bro, come on, don't do this. Let's hope so. Let's pretend. But I do promise. Hey, no spoilers! Dude! Ha! This sorry-looking steak! Can you... Okay, so like, question, hear me out. Can you still eat it? My YouTube chatter. First of all, let's say swan. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Believe it! If you can't believe in yourself, believe in me! Believe in the Kazuma that believes in you! Believe in myself? Really? I'm removing the message. Let's steal the swan and cook it. Can you eat swan? I think you can't eat certain birds. So yeah, please refrain from spoilers next time. As the evidence has not been shown to be problematic, I presume any further will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Hell yeah, I do! Did this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? What do I say here? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue! Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth! Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this fate is this new clue to be found? Wait, I feel like, something in the... Didn't that steak that was eaten belong to the witness and not to the victim? Well, yeah, but then, wait, I want to look through something, but I'm being barred from it right now. Also, I can't save scum. Like, I feel like the steak didn't look like this when it was... Wait, guys, can... You underestimate me. Wait, guys, can you, like, go back to the VOD and... Wait, can we go back to the VOD and, see what we have... And see what's up here? Because I have a feeling it's something to do with the pictures. But I can't view them right now. On YouTube, huh? If you mean that the steak doesn't match the pics, then yes, you are right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like the steak, but although, like, yeah, I'm also a victim of good memory versus gaslighting. Like, I feel like the steak looks different. YOLO! What the? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't need what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yeah, and apart from the beet juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of Buyon and... I don't know how to pronounce this one correctly, but... Buyon and Buyon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... That's not even what I thought! Wait, so am I able to, I can't present it yet. Right, nice. I'm given some observation. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware, so this is the symbol of Le Carnival, isn't it? Oh, I get it now. The restaurant's called Le Carnival because it's like, they serve like meat and stuff. You crafty people. It's well marinated in the juices as well. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift. Bro, that's not what I'm saying. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay, so like if the coin is here, that means that the antiques guy was looking for it. YOLO! I must be the only person in Big 2025 that still says YOLO. Koban? What on earth? Look, she's surprised. She's surprised. That means she doesn't know what that's there. That means... Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant at the day of the question. Is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life! I failed to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a... Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now! He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now! By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Holy shit. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I am the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that it could belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer. As in Mr. Cucumber. Honestly, these ridiculous... Girl, you're an Ace Attorney character. Everybody's name is dumb. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor, huh? Curie actually means cucumber, but apparently. Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Homeera Koban, my prized coin! Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. What the hell was that? Do you mean to tell me? No, 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 please, why would... Well, because that's not... The god says that she isn't actually British. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. Wow, how many times? What the heck is going on? I want to finish this before the stream ends, but holy shit, this is long. We're nearing the 5-hour mark. I find it as a key element in the case. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. The witness stand get bigger? Maybe it's because we had like a... We had like a limited view of it. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on the Sarasate shop owner. Be that as it may, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Sarasate... oh, he's... That's it! The one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be! As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, Objection, we saw the entire witness stand and multiple wide shots we got from the back of the courtroom. Well... We found your coins sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaked in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. ... Hold it! That was simply because the stand appeared smaller because of distance. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a Hi, hi ass, hi ass. Okay. High-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts for targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Hi, yes, how you doing? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on the regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Konakata-san's Koban is all too clear. What? 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 I'm gonna need like I'm gonna need like some little John sound effects. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view in this matter. Wait, let me look for something real quick. Let me look for something.
What?
There. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole the... let me just save scum here. We're on one life. So it's definitely not any of these guys. I feel like it was her to be like a distraction, because if he wasn't if he thought that it was lost, then it would be like a... But I still have my save file to save me in this incident if I turn out to be wrong. I mean, she's literally wearing a mask. Hey, no spoilers! I already told you I'm gonna have to... Do you wanna get banned? He was showing emotions earlier, that's my defense. Okay, so like she was just there on... I mean, they were sitting together. Yeah, I mean, it does seem quite likely. I don't think it's the waiter. He could have been quite busy. Definitely not him, because he's dead. It could also not... I don't think it might have... Okay, so now that I'm thinking about it a bit more... It's the inspector because he's a closet kleptomaniac. Okay, when they were talking about the coin, she was also confused as to why the coin was there. If the baddie is innocent, can we simp for her again? Well, sure, why not? It's the way. It's the inspector because he's a kleptomaniac. But then hiding it, I don't think he'd have like a motive for that. Okay, let's look at you can only go past a certain. So now I'm thinking it might have been the dead guy. Might have been the professor, but like why though? He was just sitting there. Okay, so everybody else is like... Okay, so everybody's got a different answer. I'll try the YouTube person's answer first because I feel like he is the most correct and okay, if you're correct then you don't get banned. If you are however, this will be your last what's that thing? Okay, so so these two were literally sitting with each other. Wait, no. I scrolled a little too far. So these two are literally sitting next to each other, so I think... okay, but the waiter being a kleptomaniac is actually kind of a funny point. So the YouTube guy brings up a good point. However, spoiler rule still applies to YouTube people, so I'm gonna have to. So just this once, I'll take your suggestion, but please refrain from future spoilers. Obviously, it can only be you. What? How? Look, even the baby is like... How dare you! You monster! Monster? That's me. I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of those crimes? But it wasn't me! The baby! It's the baby! You must have blamed on your own son, an innocent baby! It's you who's the monster! What the fuck is going on? Son has a wolf like an... That's adorable. I got that Eggman stash. Not now, baby. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? I accuse YouTube chat of Googling. What do you have to say, YouTube chat? YouTube chat, you're being accused of Googling. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Okay, YouTube chat says he played the game. Case closed. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again on a later date. Saving the coin and the steak. Yeah, the witness stand is the same size as it's been in previous shots. It just looks a bit different because of like field of view and whatnot. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady. Oh, shut the fuck up! Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated by Dr. Wilson's murder. Wait, we still have- wait, don't get distracted, you guys! Nonsense, is it? Well, ooh. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Not at all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Wait a second. And good day. I'll be a spectator from here on, so this is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... So something about Miss Brett's parting words there that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there is a contradiction in there somewhere, even in saying goodbye? Let's go back. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone, and good day. We'll keep that in mind. Don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Hold it! Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin. Oh, that. Oh, you mean that, not goodbye. Hiding. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm gonna need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Okay, back to history. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Well... show the mismatched steak in the picture. Okay, so here is like this kind of weirdly eaten steak. Wait, I'm gonna save scum. It's so tough. I'm only on 1 life. Let's go back there. Let's see. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. So, guys, what do you think? I can't really see enough. So this is still the soldier's plate. So this is a different... So this is the picture. And this... Okay, so like this is the picture that supposedly has the blood. And the steak looks a bit different. Like, look at it here. You can see it still sort of covers the half... It still sort of covers the plate. And then if you look at this one... And then if you look at this one... The one without blood... I don't know if I have any legs to stand on here. So the thing to present is the photo or the plate of steak. Oh, there's a knife here. The knife has like something on it. This has to be it. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Wait! I've seen you notice it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help— Shut up! I can't believe I got that right. I really must be leaving now. Holy shit, this is, I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic! Oh, of course. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. Do you realize the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her? Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Oh, everything's coming together? Except those teeth marks are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting it tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You want to know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. Like, okay, so let's look at my... I'm at 5 hours right now. My stream VOD is at 5 hours. But I need to finish this. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person's willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses this exclusive events? Blah blah blah. Oh my god, my... Totally unconstitutional, but very entertaining. Wait, I pressed that by accident. Thankfully, I saved just earlier. Not by misclick. The conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair. I need to look at... Teeth. Okay, so it's something about the teeth marks. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Who has the evidence? Feel like it's the waiter, because he's had all the evidence so far. Wait, so if the plates were switched... Wait a second, I need to go idle meet. I need to go to an idle meeting. I'll be right back to finish this. I'm back. So now that we're thinking, okay, YouTube chat says, come on, Twitch chat, use your brains. Okay, so who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about? So it's something about the bite marks in the steak. And let's go back to what she said before. Something about like hiding a coin underneath a piece of meat is, and eating steak without a knife and fork. My brain juice is gone from sussing out the poison bottle. And if you switched out the plates, so I could say it, but I'm forbidden from ruining the game. Yeah, damn right you are. So we're just gonna think very hard, use our brains. Okay, so what we have is eating steak without knife and eating steak without a knife and fork, and hiding a coin underneath a pile of meat. And so the evidence that reveals, and so how this leads to shooting the shooting of the teacher guy, the foreign guy. Well, if we make a mistake, we could always just yeah. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot. What if it's the goose? I'm sorry. I just had a... But geese don't... But like swans don't have teeth, I don't think. Do they? Like I'm going all math lady here. Like poison... Like the poison... The the bite marks, the steak, the burn. Wait, I'm gonna start taking notes on paper. You can't see it right now, but I'm opening Procreate on my iPad. What if it's the goose? So steak, bite marks, water, poison, coin. Okay, so basically the whole thing about the steak, okay, so he can't, okay, so we already know that she's some kind of shady person that has access to poison. And, there's like carbonated water. Wait a minute. And then water is poisoned, and then... You know what? Let's just make a wrong answer. If we... Like, I think that the... Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about... Wait, so like... Hold on. Like, I think it's something on their person. That's what they're referring to. I think like main character guy is referring to something on their person that might help solve the whole mystery. Wait, so maybe she's okay. So like, I have an idea. Maybe she's been feeding all the evidence to her bird. I'm just being a bit dumb. Someone in this very courtroom. The evidence I'm talking about hasn't even been brought before the court yet. The proof of who shot Dr. Wilson. Mr. I've stolen every bit of evidence on the crime scene. You know what? I think it might be the police officer, cause like he's been taking everything from. He's been going on about this over and over. And if we get it wrong, well, let's just go back to our save file. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Well, good senor, that coughing isn't helping. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Korakata-san's coin, he told he'd slip it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Then shut! Affirmative! Of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still! I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. You're not the Queen, lady. Isn't that like treason? Isn't it like treason to claim that like you're greater than the royals? Queen Vicky will hear about this. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. You did switch the plates! Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered before my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Not the time, baby. With military precision timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It's do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! I can't believe I got that. However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear the brass buttons on my uniform that that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took the misread's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you have not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! Like honestly, I feel like this is I feel like I'm like crazy overthinking. Like if I had just picked the waiter from the start without that period of deliberation, like knowing that he's been collecting every piece of evidence from this courtroom, I could have been, maybe I'd be ending stream by now. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table for the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady! I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me! The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yep, the blood stain. It's clearly visible, look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. He has kleptopocket. He has a pocket dimension, just evidence. It's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! But why did she do it? Outdone. By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! The goose just started freaking out. Wait, there's a chick? What in the crystal fuck is going on? There's a black, chick. What's going on? Aw, that's cute. That's totes adorbs. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Well, she's just gonna tell us everything, so we can stop thinking. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curer. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one particularly very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it'd be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such as he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man? I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curer in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? See guys, this is why you do the full body inspection. Airport security, people. So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. And that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. It did. just as you bent down to pick it up. Bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity— You think it's nearly 3 AM! I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun. Sleep is for the dead, that's right, Captain Big. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student! He'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yeah? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. You can't just... Dude, you can't just take out your sword in court! A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. Well, I believe go down in history is the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, fun fact about that, huh? What is it? Short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Science! World record of courtroom law breaking. I feel that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. Well, before the country was open, Japan would get like science books from the Dutch. That was mostly how they got like Western stuff. It was from the Dutch. That is for the young to pursue. Knock knock, it's the United States. Kazuma Asugi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on the journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are available to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. And Oda Nobunaga loved guns! I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you can carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find that the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty! Woo! We're not guilty, guys! I can see a man in a blue suit and spiky hair. I wonder who that guy is. We're not guilty, guys! The court is now adjourned. I feel like there's like something else at the end. We did nothing wrong! 5.8 hours! Holy shit, we've been around for this long. This might be my longest stream yet. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha ha ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place at Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. He's fluttering with determination, like an Undertale. I also bought Undertale. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how that things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. And also some pictures of Spider-Man! I'm sorry. I'll put a stop to this joke right now. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh, notice I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. No, really, they do look alike, good friend. Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, I want pictures of It's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Wait a minute, my voice is voicing. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. Wow, this was what it's like before America stole their thunder. I swear on this, the spirit of the Yasuki clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Take it! They love swords over there. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. Or Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, it's Inspector guy. The waiter man. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, beside the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government faking secret agreements about her fate, does it? Oh, honey. Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student... Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. Well, that's basically what this is. That's me over here. I'm playing a game. There is never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that they hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Did we ever find out why she wanted to kill her professor? Maybe she couldn't get her research done on time? Oh, you never find out? They just do this for fun? Okay then, I guess. But it's all gonna change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. More will be known in future chapters. Okay. Hey! And that's may I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be the... Dude, aren't you done? Aren't you? Isn't it over? Let's not worry about details for now. To the carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! The carnival's food is second to none! I shall go to attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. God, he's so hot. I couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. Be so for real right now. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For becoming a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal combat! I never want to go through that ever again! I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Kazuma, being a lawyer sucks. What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon it is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. A sword! Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then... Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. What is it? What could it be? It sounds serious. What is... Ah! You're still there, aren't you? Dude, you're ruining the moment! Come on, man! I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! He wants a date? Heck yeah! Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory! And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget! Ah, yes, that too. Dude! So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma? Professor Mikotoba? Usato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. I wonder what it is! Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Do I get the option to save? And that concludes our trial. I mistook the Twitch notification as like a... I mistook the Steam notification as a Twitch notification. Anyway, that's how baked I am. One more case! One case is 6 hours long! Prepare for losing more sleep in the future chapters. The Unbreakable Speckled Band. 24-hour Ace Attorney stream! My brain won't even be able to process the cases at that point. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. I had a lot of fun solving all these mysteries with you. I'll finish my thumbnail. I'll come back with another stream sometime. And sorry for keeping you guys up. Beat the whole game in one go. I wish. Sorry for keeping you guys up at night. It's very late, but I hope you had fun, and I'll see you next time.